Hello, this is Tom Pizzuti with Trading on the Mark. It is Tuesday, day after holiday in the US, and it's going to be interesting is that we've had an initial breakdown. If you take a look over here, we can see how the market has gapped down underneath these lows from last week. And the question is that the end? This is one way you could try to count this as being over with. Oh, there, but I'm not sure that that's really a. I mean, is this really a decent completion pattern? I don't know. That's why I have these in red. I'm not sure if this count is correct. I wonder if this is sort of a B wave high, and that we've had sort of an a B wave. We're working on kind of a C down here. Um, but I don't want to be too cute about it either. I mean, things can go wrong. So um, I'm kind of inclined to watch for a little while, see how the morning works out. One of the things to keep in mind is that we have a we have Netflix earnings after the bell, so that could definitely be interesting. Also, maybe a Supreme Court opinion on the tariffs. That will also be important. This right here, this line is just a floating parallel, and that so far has been the low of the day. But that doesn't really correspond very much with sort of some other ways to measure moves down. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the actual low. So I'm hesitant to hesitant to do anything with that. Hello, Kurt.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Do you think
Yay,
we'll get a Supreme Court decision today?
well, that's what I was just reminiscing on, or just kind of running my mouth over. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it's been up for the last
Yeah.
couple weeks. It would be, let's just say it would be, this would be a elegant place to have it in the development of the market. Is that it would be something that it would either confirm that we're rolling over, or it would be that this is yet one last support as we try to kind of hold out for another few days, week or so, maybe into the end of the month, into the next sort of major timing point. So
Yeah, I think those are the two options.
yeah, so it's like let me I did a little bit of work on several charts actually, but let me get a daily chart up and I'll just kind of speak to it for a second. But yes, I think the timing is sort of a right here, or like plus or minus a couple days. Might have had it last week. Might be, you know, uh, run into today. I mean, it's not as. I wish these things uh, were had pinpoint accuracy, but they don't. Um, yeah, this is one. I was moving around a little. Break it out of the frame. I was
While you're
moving.
doing that, just looking at the price action from yesterday afternoon into the early morning here, it does not look like a completed impulse down.
Right. I agree with that. But there is some both geometry and sort of that action zone kind of levels
Okay.
that get it to mean that it's I don't want to be trying to force it down when it wants to sort of pop back up.
Well, yeah, this
So
could also be a B wave of some kind too.
yeah, maybe
Not my first go-to, but it
yeah.
looks like that. It could have that structure.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, would it kind of be would it look better if it was lower? I agree. I agree with that. But there's enough ambiguity in what's going on that I don't want to. I Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to just kind of sit out the till 10 o'clock to see if there's going to be a a, 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 a ruling or not. Anyway, so what we're talking about is some of the timing on this daily chart, and I changed some back in way in the back here where some of the lows were for the cycle detection algorithm, right? And this kind of comes out pretty well. I mean, let's just say these series of cycles are certainly working in the market, but they give you good timing points, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily, this is a high or this is a low. But some of these component cycles are, or basically there's good inflection points in here. And this one is really good on the 11th. Then this one I didn't mark, but wasn't too bad. This one here is the high so far. That was from the 13th of this month. And then the next one is really going to be,
end of the week.
Pretty much end of the week.
Yeah.
So, are we going to go down till then or up till then? TBD, don't know. And then, let me put this back. When we look at sort of if we want to think about a sentiment of a type, I think these are all moving towards a resolution for lower, but are we there yet is kind of the question. And it's like, the answer is maybe not. I mean, there's still enough wiggle room that we could rise into the end of the week. Okay, so this is the S&P 500 components below the 20-day moving average. So this is a contrary indicator. So when this is low, you're looking at equity highs. When this is high, you're looking at equity lows. This cycle in here has been pretty stable. The cycle detection algorithm itself is kind of noisy. That's not very helpful. But this sort of a cycle that I've been watching is working out reasonably well, and that there's maybe room for, again, into the end of the week, early next week kind of thing. So there's room there. And if we go ahead and look at similar charts, but on with longer MAs, again, let me break it out of frame. So I would say that, divergence is potentially building. And again, we're going to see something for, maybe the beginning, the beginning of the week here is an inflection point. And again, and then next being sort of the end of the year. it's really not a good idea to count an indicator, but you can sometimes see, kind of waves. This is kind of coming off of some kind of fourth and coming down and pushing 405. Whether this is a completed count, it's sort of close. It's close. It's certainly getting down into levels. This is a Keltner channel, pretty close to, maybe would look better with maybe another low. But again, I think you're pushing it. Wouldn't think it's not required. There definitely could be some bounces out of this. And then if we look at the 200 day version, it's loading. Hang on. And also we're getting close to the open, so I don't want to load charts when that happens. That's when it tends to hang. If
Indeed.
it's going
I have to
to.
step away for just a moment ahead of the open while you're looking at that. I'll be right back.
Okay. So here again, here we've sort of retesting a low. RSI is pulled down into oversold. So I would expect a bounce out of this. And so again, it's one of those things that, this is certainly one of those things that we can see a little pop up into the MAs and then back down and then a reverse. So I think the market is getting ready for a major turn. It's just, have we already seen it? Is the high in? Or do we need another run up here, even if it doesn't make it back to a new high, just back up into this range before flipping over? But it's definitely hard to be bullish, but is it too early to really go full bearish? That's my concern. All right, so market is getting ready to have the open. NQ's trying to pop up here early. Sort of what I've been afraid of is maybe a higher low here. This chart is the NQ. Keeping it simple, bears look at this and say, hey, I'm underneath the MAs. I'm going to short any bounce up. That's fair. I understand that. It's looking pretty bullish. It's not really bullish until you get above this MA. Let's call that, let's just round it up and call it 89. But from a geometry perspective, I would say that that's probably the NQ is trying to reverse upward. Let's see if they can hold it.
It's a little hard to calculate the moving averages after a holiday, but I think the hourly Globex is around 89, maybe 60,
Yeah,
60 to
I
90.
I really I really don't like the morning after a holiday. So
But
I'm
there's
not
also some
necessarily
geometry up there too that could be resistance, just a couple points higher.
right. So, but it's just it seems to be that usually you have some back and fill in
Hmm.
the morning, and so that's kind of why that I was probably a little bit more open to a little bit up as just to rebalance higher. And then they're going to try to see where they can push it back down. And then you find sort of the morning equilibrium, and then they kind of trade the rest of the day off of that. But I doubt that there's going to be a move, a directional move that is set off of the open. That, while that does happen often, it's just we're not really set up for that today since we have a news overhang at 10.
Hmm.
Now, if you were inclined, you could try to fade these initial moves. You know, I'd rather let the market settle a little bit first. I traded a little bit earlier this morning.
I tried.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh no,
No,
it didn't go anywhere. It wasn't a
oh, okay.
disaster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's like it's okay. It's certainly give me a little bit of buffer to add on. Um, Things are going reasonably well. Not as good as I'd like, but not terrible. Um, I'm still in an express account, but the balance is it's pushing up. It's getting into reasonable territory. I'm still off of my equity highs. This is about $1,500 off my best so far. So I need to, just more. I'm more inclined to just kind of just plug along and churn out, sort of regular sized profits and just not swing for benches kind of thing.
So since I'm not trying to actually take a trade right at the moment, and doesn't sound like you are either. Looking at your fastest chart that you actually use for trading, what's the breadth of the channel on that chart? I have a channel on my volume chart that has a distance from top to bottom of, I guess, about 10 points. I'm kind of estimating 11 points. Think about trading within a band.
Yeah. Well, my very fastest chart, I want to go from, let's see, 315. So let's call it approximately 30 NQ points.
Okay.
And you could think of an NQ as being sort of half of an ES, not quite, but because NQ is 20 points, $20 per point, full point.
Yeah, okay, but the index moves in bigger swings.
Right. So there's more beta. So it's a little bit more volatile. I've just kind of like, you could just sort of rough guesstimate that, like 10 NQ points is sort of equivalent to, just over a point or so in ES.
10 to 1?
No, I mean, it's not, I'm just saying just how it kind of fluctuates intraday, but no, it's more like half. It's just under half.
That sounds believable. Yes.
So it should be 30 NQ points would be
15-ish, 12 to 15, yeah,
15-ish ES points. But I don't think that's that's on a very, very, very fast chart. On a somewhat slower chart here, which would be probably more close to maybe a 3-minute chart, maybe. It varies. I'm using tick charts off this chart, right? These charts right here. These are tick charts on the NQ. So 500 tick and 2000 tick. I like. I think you're using Motive Wave now, or are you?
I'm trying it out just because I wanted to look at the way indicators behaved on volume charts.
Yeah, I was going to say volume charts are something that I think are really neat. So I don't know what your experience has been so far, but if I had to pick sort of like a unique chart type, like, that's something not just your average candle or bar chart, I think volume charts are probably the most interesting because so on. It's just like what do you put on your X and Y axis? All right. So Y is obviously going to be your price. So what is the X axis made out of? Well, traditionally we make it out of time, and I still like time. I made it my goal that I'm going to make time my friend, even if it's going to take forever. But I'm going to try to make time my friend. But if I'm saying, okay, I'm going to give up on, or I'm going to say, all right, if I didn't put time on an axis, what thing would make sense to put on an axis? Well, a lot of people like range charts or their derivatives like these ikimochu. I don't know. There's just
Well,
some
yeah,
kind
I
of
think range
market.
charts are very helpful for seeing what price action,
Yeah,
seeing the bones of price action.
right. You're kind of seeing like it does kind of help you kind of see a pattern sometimes
Yeah.
that is obfuscated.
But that
But
doesn't mean indicators work well on them.
that is correct. Okay, so that's why I don't, because you're not really what is your X dimension? Well, yeah, it's there really isn't one. Okay, so what else could you put on your on the X axis? Well, a lot of people use tick charts for a long time, but what is tick? It's like, well, it's just how many price movements there've been. Like, well, okay, I mean that's okay, but I don't think it's like fundamental to anything. Again, it's just a filter. I think it's just filtering price. And it's kind of nice to when the market gets slow and the market just kind of goes up and down, and it's like again, it's sort of like a maybe an improved range chart. That's why I look at it. It's kind of like better than a range chart, but maybe not as good as something else. And then you come to volume charts. Now volume is interesting because I'm going to make a new candle or bar on every so many volume move, you know,
Yeah,
whatever that
market
is.
participation.
Now you're getting, yeah, now it's kind of turning, now you've actually are plotting something on your x-axis that's sort of real, that is, hey, someone comes in with 1,000 of something, well then, okay, that's kind of worth knowing. Or if they come in with 10, and so now you have something that I think you can kind of dig into better. And I do think that you're probably going to get you could get some interesting behavior on an indicator, and it looked different than on price. Also, I just like how it's sort of interesting when you're watching a volume chart and the volume kicks in. You end up getting lots of lots of bars come in at once, and that in of itself is sort of an indication, a visual indicator to you that it's like, oh, I just had volume come in. You can see it,
Right.
and that's sort of interesting too. And that the fact that I think that there is a case that can be made that you can probably find cycles in volume.
I haven't tried to, but that seems credible. Yeah.
Well, let's just say that I've proved it enough to myself via Eric's books on sort of daily ranges. Okay, on that there is certainly something going on with volume, and you can kind of look at it like as on a perspective that there's only so much percent of a float of a stock that is going to sort of be traded actively. And so it just kind of moves from one end of that to the other, and it's it does look to be you find your kind of your normal values, like things like 1.5, these type of relationships show up. And it does look plausible that the big trading houses just sort of move it to one side, and once they move so much volume, it's like, okay, well, now we're going to move it to the other way because that's all the flow, and they start moving it the other direction. So it does seem to have something. It definitely has utility up in the daily ranges. I don't track it anymore just because I watch intraday and normally indexes. However, I've always really wondered if there's something that is there a related phenomenon that you can see intraday? And the answer is, I think there is. I don't think it's as strong, but I think there is. So I think you probably have an interplay between time and volume. So I do think that it's a worthy endeavor. I think that there's work to be done there. A lot of people try to use volume in, they try to uh, use volume delta. They're trying to find out, well, what's the positive volume, what's the negative volume, and, try to make some heads or tails out of that. I'd say that is somewhat difficult. One, because I think it's also noisy. It's hard to get really good data. Also, keep in mind is that this is the domain of the HFTs. Is that they play all these games, you know, trying to hide orders and trying to feed out orders algorithmically. Let's say I wanted to buy 500. Well, it breaks that up into, um, 50 orders instead of just one order, these type of things. So it's
Right.
really difficult to say, well, what is that, the other than the aggregate volume. You know what the aggregate volume is, but you don't really know what if that was a big order or a small order. So I'm a little bit suspect of, and there's a whole bunch of people that still try to do this and try to reconstruct it, and I'm dubious that it's really possible, other than at sort of your HFT sort of microsecond level, that is, not very useful to a human. So if you're doing anything that involves um, uh, human related uh, uh, reaction time, I don't think it's very important. So I personally can't glance over that stuff. I know Dom always said it's like ignore the dome.
Mhm.
I mean, you could use it to put your orders in, but he's like, you see the orders come in, and put them. You see, some numbers up there, and they go away, and they come back. He's like, yeah, whatever. It's just games. It's not important. And this is coming from someone that was, obviously you know a uh, a pattern driven kind of trader, and any pattern trader is going to kind of probably say things like that. But I think there's probably something to it. Again, it's just a whole level of game that, if you're not a HFT quant, is not important. If you were an HFT quant, if one were to get on to talk, they would say that it's terribly important, and I understand that. But it's not the game I play. I play a different game at a different time frame. Um, they play and against each other at that lower, very fast time frame. Two completely different things. It's a whole different world. It's like, I may look at my desk and see that it looks relatively clean, and then I could get a microscope out and see all kinds of things sitting on it, and it would look completely different. But I don't wear a microscope during the day, and so I don't worry about it. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's an issue of scale. Uh, so at the scale that we're functioning at, I don't think it's as important. A lot of people like to use volume profile charts. I think those are kind of neat. I'm not a market profile or volume profile guy, but I get it if that's your lens that you want to see the market in, then that's fine. I think you've probably seen those kind of things before. There's okay. So
Oh, I
while
have.
I've
I've
been
never used them.
oh
Yeah.
oh oh anyway, while things have been going on, it's like we had some nice resistant NQ tested, similar in ES, pretty much a test of MAs and maybe a resistance level around 94, 25% retrace off of, I think I'm measuring from a lower high on this one. No, I'm using the high from the 13th.
Hmm.
Anyway, um, So that's a good place for bears to kind of, see what they could do. If I was if I was doing something besides talking and showing charts, I would have tried to trade off of that. I think fading up here, fading here was reasonable. So we have about 10 minutes to where we might see something from the Supreme Court, maybe. Again, it's nobody knows. We also are moving into earnings season, which I've never really big. I'm not a big fan of. Usually, it is kind of a noisy, makes noisy chart patterns, in my view. But anyway, that was me running my mouth over what I
Oh,
thought of volume. What do you think of the volume? Volume.
I am not really sure whether I want to keep watching these charts or not. They
Okay.
do seem to provide useful indicator signals, especially for things like the CCI.
Okay.
They don't seem that different from tick charts in that regard, though. Really, the two behave similarly.
Okay.
What I was going to say, different from that, is that in the absence of news today, that area around 6918 looks like possible resistance, which is the high from yesterday, which was the holiday, and
Right.
also the 3/8 retrace from the high you were pointing to.
I agree. That is the if you if we were to move past this roughly
Yeah,
90 level, then that 18 area is the obvious place to move to next. I agree with that. It is too early to determine whether that is going to happen or not.
depending on news, it could just shoot right past that.
Right. And if that were to happen, I would see that as pretty bullish. So let me try something here. Now, Kurt, in the little tool that you're using to talk in right now, do
Mm-hmm.
you have an option to be able to share your screen?
Hmm. It looks like I do, although I'm not running this on the same computer that has my charts.
Oh,
So
okay.
I couldn't do that today.
But
But
I'm just saying,
I think it does have that option. Yeah.
yeah, I think that is under your control. I just wanted to let you know that.
Mm-hmm. I don't have anything phenomenal to show.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to say that I would like to be able to use this software. It's just that
I
it's
think the hardware might be the problem.
yeah, that's probably not helpful, but because it's just a lot easier
Yeah.
to do the things that I want to do. Uh,
In this.
well, yeah, I mean, this software is relatively intuitive.
Okay.
How to set up frames and share things, and I could. It makes it easy to do uh, set up little banners like this. Little um, could also do things like run a ticker across the bottom of the screen.
Mm.
Like that one.
Oh, cool. Probably a good disclaimer.
Yeah, it was something to do every once in a while anyway. Um, it does like play elevator music in the background.
Don't do that.
Don't do that, okay? It's just that some people don't like dead air. And then when there is chat, um, there's ability to show the chat on the screen or to highlight a chat. Someone on makes a YouTube or a
You mean,
or a
does it do a transcript of the chat? Does it?
yeah. So
That could be pretty useful.
it's not actually it's not a transcript. Um, no, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't save that.
Oh, but it turns it into text.
So someone were on the YouTube channel right now and they typed a comment. I could see the comment. I could highlight the comment and actually put it, up on the screen.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's
Uh,
not reading your voice.
no, 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 no.
That could be
The
useful.
what it does do. Okay, YouTube does that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But what this there is sort of an AI feature that lets you make clips. So it'll go through your stream and just pretty much identify, what are the points that you were talking at, and can kind of help you edit that up into smaller parts.
Mm.
So if you wanted to go ahead and take excerpts from your stream, make a highlight reel, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it lets you do that.
I could see that maybe being useful at the end of the day for marketing purposes. I think the real value of these discussions is going to be in real time, though.
I agree with that, but what it does let you do, this is what everybody does, is to make
Yeah.
either make YouTube shorts,
Mm-hmm.
or to make like quick TikTok 30-second clips out of your live stream, and it's just a marketing maneuver, just to get somebody to say, oh look,
Yeah.
that was an interesting comment. It's like, well, I'll tune in tomorrow and see if they say anything interesting tomorrow.
Good.
um But anyway, we are coming up on, if there was going to be a decision, it would be any time now. I haven't heard anything,
Hmm.
haven't seen anything on the news wire. These things are, they're not like the economic releases that that they take great pains to make come out at a certain time. This is the Supreme Court. This is stuff that they just release sometime around now. Uh, but it doesn't, not something that they ever have been punctual necessarily with, because most of the time there isn't anybody hanging on the seat of their pants for you know
Yeah. Yeah. That's not really their job.
that's not their job, right? So it's just, we'll see what happens. And again, we don't know if there'll be anything today anyway. So, but what do I see? It's like, well, I see the Bears came in, sold off the MAs, and that roughly 25% retrace. Um, there was also an action zone there, or just
Hmm.
overhead actually. So again, so we're just kind of like bouncing around into this morning range, which I think is, to be expected. We're kind of waiting for something to trade off of. If we're not going to get the Supreme Court decision today, the next thing to trade off will be Netflix earnings at the end of the day. So that's after the bell. Um, in the in a bull market, if we're still in one, usually you see a move up into earnings, and it basically the market tends to want to rise, um, and sort of get to some kind of important resistance point, and then it just hangs out there.
At some point, there ought to be an announcement that there won't be a decision announced today. That'll probably show up in your feed.
Well, yeah, so far nothing, but that doesn't mean, yeah. So the news guys are watching it, and they just commented that they haven't seen anything. So that doesn't mean that they're. I wouldn't call that that we're not going to see anything yet either. Still too. Twitter, the Twitterverse is saying that it is not happening today, so they're looking for confirmation that that is real news. So I would take that as a probably a probably a slightly bullish, kind of puts a bullish, slightly bullish spin on the day. I cycles cycles are hard after a holiday. Um, yeah, I would say that on one of my intraday charts, the 20, so the 20 to 30 minute kind of variety, I would want to say that that would be a slight bearish tilt. Um, but I'm careful because, you know, cycles. Okay, so we got a confirmation.
That there's not going to be.
Yeah. So that takes uh, a news overhang off. So that kind of gives the Bears, a reason to try to hope to drive lower. That nothing will get in their way of that.
Wonder if they can test 34. That's a 1 by 1.618 and at one of your levels.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm sure that this is both of these numbers here, 34 and 19, are extensions of various kinds. 34 is an internal extension, so extensions from just this swing. This 19 is an alternate wave, so I'm kind of measuring down from here, maybe assuming this is just some kind of B wave and that we're sort of getting some kind of C wave down. So these would be targets based off of that. Not sure that is really what's happening. You could also make the case that you could measure down from actually back here, and that's actually where it comes from. I don't remember now. I've looked at both. Okay, those are the internal extensions that I mentioned before. What is this one? And then, okay, yeah. So I actually used the wave back. So that's, you can see in blue. So I moved it down from here down here. This is
It's plausibly an A, sure.
Yeah, I was going to say this looks like this is a plausible impulse. I mean, it's reasonable. And so this definitely, it's iffy if this is an impulse up. You could squint, 1, 2, 3, 4, something ugly 5. So it's possible. I mean, this is a possible ugly impulse up. But if it's not an impulse up, then it has more of a a B wave character, kind of a move up 1, 2, 3, some kind of retrace, maybe another again. This could be a B wave high, is what I'm saying. Is we don't really know this. The pattern is kind of messy here in the very short term. If we back out, we get the idea that really we've just been, this whole thing is sort of a wedgie kind of formation up here. And it would be easy to kind of start to fall out of that range or to, go retest the top of it again. So if we look at this here, how the CCI, you could use MACD, would give you a similar look. This doesn't look like a completed pattern yet. You usually see sort of a 3 little humps of some kind. So I would say that the bears probably have a little bit of advantage just looking at an indicator. This line down here is a momentum curve. And this kind of looks like it's going to roll back down, but could have divergence on another low. So, even if we do move a little bit lower, we sort of have to start to expect at least a little bit of bounce out of it pretty soon. Again, that probably makes sense. It can kind of move down into this next kind of support area right here. It would still be higher than this low back here. So from the people that are just doing sort of a simple TA kind of perspective is that, well, we've had a high, we still have a higher low, maybe. So, has the market really turned yet? Not yet, not really. Curious. What does Task Manager say that's happening?
Oh, did it slow down?
No, I'm just kind of curious to where it's sitting at. My CPU is about half to kind of peaks around 80%. My memory is about half. So that's not too bad.
No.
I'd say my CPU is spiking around 80%. You could say the base speed is kind of on the lower end, but it's clocked up right now. So I also rebooted this early this morning to try to get a fresh picture. Again, I'm kind of want to use, like I said, I want to use this software that I'm using right now to stream with because it makes things so much easier. Provided it doesn't crash or cause the rest of my system to hang.
Well, this is a chance to experiment, I guess.
Yeah, so I was say I was going to give it make sure that it has a really kind of good shot to see what happens. And again, it's okay. Um, so where do I want to trade? Do I want to trade for lower? Um,
Well,
we have
tick index has been negative this morning. And just now, in the last 2 or 3 minutes, it's gone up to the top of the range and really put in a new tick index high for the day. But that's also where it could fall away from. So I'm waiting to see how it behaves after having touched the high of its own range.
Yeah, I was going to say is like we could, and I was looking at NQ and I could see a similar behavior here. Is that we're probably coming in onto roughly we tested overhead. We tested an hourly number, and now we're coming back and we're coming back at setting the maybe bottom of the range at sort of 15-minute averages. So is this really the ideal place to sell? Probably not. You probably want it a little bit lower. You want to know that it's breaking before entering a sell or sell on some kind of bounce. This is a 1 minute NQ chart. Ignore these lines, but you can see that this inside band here is the um, Kirschenbaum band. We're at the bottom of it. So not an ideal place to enter short. Would be the kind of place to have gone long, but we have some downtrend here for now. So maybe an opportunity to sell a little bit later. If we try to look at some kind of cycle, we could say that we might be coming into a relatively fast cycle high in the next few minutes. In fact, it's kind of already acted like it might try to respond to that early. We'll see. might get coffee.
Mhm.
In fact, I'm going to do that. I will be back in a moment. Right back, it looks kind of positive. I don't know if it's necessarily running away yet.
They poked a little bit through the 25% retrace that we were talking about earlier at 94.
Yeah, so you said I think this is relatively positive. I would say the next minor resistance would be at 02. Yeah, that looks about right. Wouldn't say that NQ has a definitive breakout yet, but it's working on it.
So now that we have a hypothesis about direction, positive, is this where you would start looking at your bands for entries and exits?
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to get a little bit higher, but yeah, in fact, right even before I started speaking, I did take a little bit of log based off of a bottom of a fast band, right? So, a tiny pullback. Um, so the way that this would, what you would hope would work is that you get little tiny, pull back to either the median on a very fast chart or maybe at the bottom of a band. And then you would enter log there as being cheap at that moment in time. And then you would look for a continuation to push up. For people, there are people that like, to like anticipate the breakout. They're trying to go long right now. In ES, you have it. So I think it's maybe a little bit more valid there, though. Keep in mind that you only have maybe another 4 or 5 points to go before you start hitting into a sub resistance. The next, again, the next big resistance is going to be about 06. But you're going to start to get some, I would guess, around this 02 number. I mean, ideally, you would have been long back before I left to get coffee, close to these MAs down here, the 15-minute MAs, somewhere around 76. And I don't have a fast ES chart, but I would have reckoned that you would have had some opportunity to use that same technique to start to get long in here. And then as you moved up into the retest of the highs, you would look at that as an opportunity to take some profit. NQ is a little muddled now because both because of, you could look at, even on this chart, I was going to drag over another chart, but you could see it here. There's some geometry plus this action zone. So there's resistance in NQ that it's trying to push through. Then you would assume that you're going to get a gap fill as a next goal. So maybe another 30-ish points higher. Where are we in ES? So As ES is a little weaker. How does YM look? Um, it is just now moving up into, approximately would have been 91 in ES, just basically the bottom of this, concatenated trade from yesterday. So I would say YM is a little not as bullish, or this is the first time being up here, whereas ES is kind of got there earlier in the day. Like you said, NQ is already up into where it's going to fill that gap now. Backing up, where are we for the next? Then I would say that there would probably be resist around this area here. Call that roughly 450. What is VIX doing? VIX is going down, but it's off of, you know, obviously off of the lows from last week. So I would say that that looks sort of somewhat bullish for a little longer until it sort of hits a band. It's got further to go. Advanced decline is in the hole by pretty far. So I guess I'm really not surprised that it's trying to bounce out, but I wouldn't call it necessarily like grossly bullish. So net, try to be long probably up until, well, now's your earliest sort of point to kind of take profits. Ideally, you're trying to go for that kind of '06 number.
Well, I'm not currently long, so the best scenario for me would be to look for a point to take a trade, to take a long trade, which is not here.
Someone might ask, well, Tom, what do you think about a short? I'm like, I'd probably like to short from a little bit higher if it'll let me have one. And I want a little bit of confirmation. I worry that it will grind through this.
I guess I find myself thinking that it would be nice to have a test of the hourly average from above down into the 90 area. Maybe that's being too optimistic.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice if it could just sit on 90. I would say that NQ was just fractions short of filling the gap.
ES has a gap at 13 and a quarter, which is near your 12 area.
Right. That's what I'm like. I would think that that is a point that some people would be looking at. I'd say probably of the things that are the most important since we saw um, a fair amount of people trade off of the 25% retrace at roughly 86. Again, depending on whether what you're measuring from. That there will be a fair amount of resistance at that '06 level. I'd say the day session 15-minute MA is approximately '06 as well. True or false, Kurt? I don't know if you think you watch those.
I don't know. The
Okay,
daily
so
session hourly, you said?
15-minute.
Oh, I don't have that. I don't really watch the daily session any faster than hourly.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Yeah, I could maybe try to move up into 10:50, more or less 11 o'clock here. NQ looking pretty good. trying to push over the bounce high from yesterday. It's not that I think that that is a terribly important number, just a reference point. More important will be the lows from the 14th. And like I said, those are going to start to come in at roughly 40 to 50 in NQ. If you were of the sort that were long, I think you should probably be taking profits. Do you short? I would call it extremely. I would call it aggressive, not crazy, but aggressive. Maybe see what happens just after 11 o'clock. If you wanted to.
Well, if you were envisioning shorting, where would you expect it to take you? Down to the hourly average or lower?
At least down to 89, and then you see what you can get after that. I mean, as you say, is this really is the low that we have today really satisfactory? The answer is it's not the greatest. There's some,
but it has retraced upwards so much that it almost obviates the question of whether the move from yesterday afternoon was an impulse or not.
well, I mean, we're still only 06 is the 3/8 retracement off of a lower high. So the high off of
the 15th.
From the 15th into the 16th. That kind of bounce high. So I mean, you could argue that this could be a fourth in development. Maybe it would be about the right place for one. So let me pop this out. Go down into lower time frame. Ignore my sketches on here. I don't know about all this count yet, but just from, if we said that this was some kind of lower high, we're moving down from it. So 1, maybe a 2, maybe a 3, a 4, a 5 for, I don't know, maybe there's a 3 here. So maybe a fourth. You could also maybe count down from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So again, this could be some sort of third. This could be some sort of fourth.
But if it is the fourth, I'd expect it to be a little bit more complex than what we see so far.
Right, but this could be the A wave, right?
Yeah.
So the A wave come into the, roughly 3/8 or 382, and then sort of just be stuck in some noise here, maybe get a new low tomorrow or something, and then we'll see what kind of thing comes out of that. So that's why I say I don't think shorting is crazy. All right, so this would be the place where you would probably take some initial profits if you were short, or at least lock something in. Bears hope to break down through this level and move back to, I don't know, approximately 78. Say it looks like NQ could probably go a little bit lower. We'll see. Less certain about YM and ES. Right. In Q, anyway, you could kind of conceivably call this maybe an impulse down from the high, little baby impulse. Could it extend? Sure. But you have something that sort of has sort of a five-way look down. All right, that was quite the little bounce. Now we'll see if bears start to kind of come back in for a lower high. This is sort of a noisy area, kind of waiting for it to kind of do something from here. say NQ is a little stronger than what I'd like. Yes, it does have a lower high so far. But the rise up into that lower high is a little more impulsive than would be ideal. See if Bears can try again. Again, really kind of stepping back. This is kind of a noisy area right here, so it's iffy. NQ poked to a new high on the day and then came off of it. ES is so far on a lower high. YM a little bit weaker, but on a little bit of support. Here's doing a little bit better now. See if they could break that little ledge and push to 81-ish, 81 and a half. Might want to lock a little bit in, or at least lower a stop, or somehow manage. Not saying that it's done going down, but you got a little bit of thrust there. I'd say lower would be nicer. Bit better. But I would probably, if trading fast, I'd probably lock something in and see what happens from here. Treasury auction coming up here. Could give us a little bit of movement. The next at 1 o'clock. Great. This is extremely aggressive fade from about 01. I'd say time spent under 86 would be bearish. so far choppy in the zone between the day session 15-minute MA. That's this little red line here, and the Globex version, which has been support. So it's been bouncing between those. Another way to look at it is it's been kind of running between these higher point lines with a little lower highs. But we also so far have a higher low. But this looks weak to me, but we'll see. Looking at the bigger picture out here, it's like it would be surprising to see some kind of bounce back and forth or consolidation above a trend line. This is a floating parallel. This blue line is what set that slope across these highs. And you don't see it, it doesn't draw it all the way back here, but I set it up at this low on the 17th. So some kind of choppy back and forth here till they decide what to do is not surprising. We just had a VIX low of the day. It's trying to bounce up out of that. That means that is probably means lower equities. Doesn't necessarily have to. It just means more volatile. Again, it could say that we're just going to bounce between these areas, that we might need to have a retest of the lower end of this range back down here somewhere.
I'm going to have to step away for a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to miss anything now. We're kind of in the middle of the day, so this is a good time to stretch your legs, break, do
Yeah.
whatever you need to do. I would say that the next sort of events, if we're going to have anything event driven, is going to be around 1300.
Is that the auction?
That is both the auction and a press briefing. So, who knows? Could be nothing, could be interesting.
Press briefing by whom?
The a White House press briefing.
Oh, White
So
House. Okay.
yeah,
Right.
and then there really isn't anything until I guess Trump is supposed to speak at 1500. I have no idea what he's supposed to talk about. And then the real thing for towards the end of the day is going to be right at the close Netflix earnings.
Yeah.
So I would guess that again normally you tend to have a rise into earnings, but that could be if things change, then that things will
Right.
change. But in general, the market tries to kind of move up into that, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be from lower. So, but it's difficult to be like really bearish right now. You could very tactical. There was sort of opportunity sort of to play the range, but at this point, yeah, I'd probably just see what happens at 1300. So,
Yeah.
what time is it now?
Noon.
About noon. So about an hour from now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll
All
be
right.
back shortly.
All right. Well, look at that. I go away and the market finally moves down. Such is life.
What was that, Tom? I just got back.
Oh, I was going to say, I leave my desk for a while and the market finally moves down.
Yeah.
By the way, can you still hear me or am I muted?
I can hear you.
All right, so the switch isn't working. So keep that in mind. Don't use that switch anymore since it doesn't seem to work. All right, so where are we going? NQ looks like it could go a little bit lower. I'd say my guess is that we start to kind of try to form a base inside of ES about here. So I wouldn't want to short now. Let it at least bounce first and then see what, if anything, happens at 1 o'clock. Might watch 61 for some support as well. See, NQ looks, well, I mean, it's trying to base a little bit. It looks like I'd say it could go lower. In fact, it's pushing a little bit lower now. But I'm less convinced of ES moving a lot lower. Is it an easy buy? Well, I wouldn't say easy. Because again, I wouldn't. It wouldn't take much for NQ to make another low after a little bounce here. But there are a few people that are kind of stepping in here. I'll kind of look at maybe 67, 68 as resist in the very, very short term. All right, so we're waiting for all that press stuff to get started. We did get a little bit of a bounce. Question is, do we need another low on the swing? And I would say I'm not sure. What is this of the pattern? I don't know, maybe a little A wave down. If we get a new swing low in the on the day anyway, in the day session, where would it go? Um,
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
well, if we were to push down to a new low, a new afternoon low here, where would it go? Maybe 55. I'm not sure we're ready to go and attack the early morning low, the just after 4 a.m., kind of 5 a.m. low. Not sure if we can go get that today, or I'm not sure we can go get that anyway early. I do think there's a reasonable chance that there could be a cycle turn down. I just don't know about extensions right now. Um, I suspect that we're kind of looking for a bounce. It's going to be whether or not the bounce is already started, or do we need another little low and then another bounce, and then maybe late in the day they sell back down to close to this area or maybe a little lower. But since we're in sort of a potential kind of consolidation of some type, maybe a fourth wave, who knows. We have to be open to just getting 3 wave moves. So we could already have 3 waves down, or we need another low to get 3 waves down. I don't know if we should count on getting fives just yet. Um, if this was all of 4, then that's possible. But given that we have earnings after the bell, I'm just a little skeptical of how easy it is to push down to a new low on the day. Something, 40.39 would be pretty good. 34 seems a bit much for right now, but we'll see. And I'm kind of worried more about bounce than anything else right now. If we were to have a low, where would it be in time? 13:15 maybe?
Based on what cycle?
Kind of a 20-minute, 24-minute kind of cycle. That's the next inflection point anyway. Either that or 1400. We'll see. Maybe 1320 if it follows that kind of relatively fast cycle down. But I think we're kind of trying to push the beach ball underwater at this point. Say maybe more so for ES is probably more likely to have support than NQ. NQ might be the easiest to push down to a new afternoon low. Again, those morning lows seem a little distant right now. Might be possible to get them late in the day. I'm not sure. So ES is kind of trading around where the 4 a.m. open was, this range in here. NQ is further away from it. It might get a little bit closer. NQ managed to retest the low in the afternoon. Pretty much the same in the ES here. Again, I would take profits if you were short. Wouldn't say it's an ideal long, but ideally would be from a little bit lower.
ES has a 4 a.m. action zone at 56.5.
That's pretty good. That 55, 56 areas looks like a good place to push to try to go for on this push. If there was like a little, let's say if they hit a little air pocket and kind of move there fast, that would be nice. I'd say 48 or retest of the Globex low would be a gift. I think that's again pushing it a little much, but we'll see.
Are you looking at the 4 a.m. chart for that? The low is slightly lower than 48, but not by much.
Yeah, 47. Yeah, I was looking at the cycle wise. I think we're starting to run out of time in a fast cycles. The fast cycles are probably trying to bottom out, I think. Again, the longer term cycles could go lower. Intermediate term cycles. Again, these are the intraday versions, but maybe a little bit left. But again, I think I don't think down is easier from it. Down is not necessarily easy from here, but it is the trend for now. Something could be said for 51. So let's get to 55, 56, see what happens. And I would worry about a bounce. So definitely have stops trailed if you're short. All right, Bears did well. Now, can I go for a little extra? A little extra would be okay. You can tighten your stop if you're short, or take some profit maybe. If you're flat, you might want to stay that way. Wait, if you want to be long, you want maybe ideally buy from a little lower, probably be best. Kind of get as close as you can to the low of the day. But I do think that it is probably a good idea to kind of be watchful for a long, whether you get on it now, which is aggressive, but not crazy. And if you do get long, you don't necessarily trying to get a lot out of it. You're trying to get up to some fast overhead MAs uh, on a like a 1 minute chart or something, because you don't have proof yet that the market has turned. But I'd say the time and the price is relatively in the kind of in the right places, that if they're going to bounce, it would be close by. Let's just say that I'm not comfortable trying to write it down from here. Well, Tom, could you just go ahead and could we just go ahead and push for 34 now? Like, look, it's possible. ES and YM a little heavy. Say I think NQ has more support here. But not confirmed to have a little short-term low. But at where it would start to get some early confirmation. Very fast cycle is running a little late, which is,
It's wedding, I'm sorry.
I'd say the very fast cycle is running a little late, which is saying that the larger cycle is down. But I would still be careful about adding short here. It's basically retest the lows here at ES. Not too far away from it from YM. NQ has the most distance to still cover. And again, I worry about a higher low at NQ, and maybe that turns into being a new low here in ES. What bears hope will happen is that there's a little trap door open at the break of these lows, and that ES makes a relatively fast move to 34. Not sure NQ has that look, so that's why I'm kind of hesitant to kind of push for lower.
Well, ES poked just very slightly below the Globex low.
Yes.
I don't know if that counts for much.
Trump is getting ready to speak. $39 next little area down. We're starting to get exhaustion bars in ES. Right, better bounce in NQ. Same in ES. Is that the afternoon low? Too early to say. Candidate. I'd say bulls want to recover the Globex low. If they start to get above that, then the odds of a reversal or at least a deep bounce up improve. Looking at this chart over on the left hand side with the geometry on it, kind of a poke beyond underneath that geometry and back above. If it comes back above, then that's going to be a positive. A poke in reverse. The danger would be is that if we got underneath that line and started to hold there and start hold under the line, then you open the door to see 19 or even lower. And NQ is still well above the overnight low. So it's really this is an ES and YM thing. YM also made a new low for the day. NQ trying to bounce out of the hole, but I wouldn't say it's conclusive yet. Probably would need time above, say, 225. Next little area down is 31 in ES. Again, we still have higher lows in NQ. It's YM and ES that have made new lows for the day underneath the Globex low. I still worry about an NQ bounce. You could say that there could be 5 little waves down from the 1400 bounce high. But certainly underneath very fast MAs, all the little bounces to the fast MAs have been sold here lately. So certainly there's some selling pressure, probably related to this break in ES to a new low. So there's a little bit of vacuum there.
Two of the cycles on my 15-minute chart are coming through a low period now, or they're just coming out of the low. So I'd call that partway toward a consensus low on the cycles, if you can trust cycles on the day after a holiday.
Yeah, I mean, it is that if they're fast enough, and we're later in the day, we've had a day's worth of almost a day's worth of movement. So I would say that the cycles start to make more sense, probably now than earlier in the day. I think earlier in the day is when they would be the most confused. But right now, it's sort of the bigger picture, sort of some fear of breaking to a new low, breaking a line, that kind of thing. Is that there may not be people watching that kind of stuff see, well, then, they're looking at probably they don't see support until, probably back around 73, so they're hoping for, a vacuum lower. Um, I'm looking at it as that NQ hasn't been as bearish That doesn't preclude that NQ, doesn't keep moving down. But I would guess I'm kind of looking for a likely bounce before moving to new NQ lows. And but we'll see. You say that ES and YM probably don't look at it that way. Again, fast MA is still resistance, but it's pushing up against them again. Yeah, and I favor a little bit of a stabilization into the close. It may not bounce real high. We still have higher lows in NQ. Some exhaustion on longer term, kind of 30-minute-ish chart. Gold 5. But obviously the trend is down. So, but I do think we're kind of overdone. But I give the bears credit for they saw the break of the line and they kept pushing for it. What a bear would hope for is a little bounce to kind of retest the break, call it 48 or something like that, and then a press down again. And in Q, you can kind of say that a retest of this, basically the overnight 4 a.m. opening range, so to speak, or the action zones, kind of basically where it opened. I don't know, call it 200, 25, 200 ish, something like that. One of these days, and I suspect, when things actually do fall apart, how the market behaved over the last, say, 30 minutes will become the norm. Is that it'll break and it'll just keep drifting lower and drifting lower and drifting lower, and it's like it'll be every support and resistance will sort of be like that, and that they break and they just continue. um, we'll start to see continuation days. But it's early days, and we don't even know for sure that the market has turned over yet. Again, bears probably are thinking resist 47 ish, maybe. Yeah, that's about right. Like there's some fast resistance now on a 1 minute chart. Could they lean at it all the way into the close? I mean, it's possible. Or lean in it into 1925 anyway. right now. We're going to see if they could, whether or not we get a new, nano swing low, or if it's a higher low. If you did sell, call it 40, 39, somewhere around in there, I mean, you're not wrong. You're saying, hey, trend is my friend until it isn't, and that was a little bounce, and we're going to try to sell it down and see what happens. Kind of clearer on a 1 minute chart why to do that. So, that's not wrong. It's not what I'm doing, but it's not wrong. In hindsight, you say that this could easily turn out to be the right thing to do. VIX is on a high for the day, which makes sense since ES and YM are on lows of the day. But the candle, if you will, is kind of a doji candle. So there's some pause here. There's some wondering if they're going to get continuation or not. Advanced decline line has been going down, so definitely no relief there thus far anyway. Though it does kind of have 5 swings in it from about noon, a little after noon. Would I mind a push to 19? No, not really. Again, I think it's asking for a lot today, but you know, it could happen. Well, this is getting interesting. Doesn't mean anything yet, but still have a higher low in NQ, if only barely. We're getting Trump is doing kind of a Q&A thing, so there could be some headlines coming across that make it a little bit more volatile. Could we still get 19 on the close? It's not that far away. All right, I'm going to quit the stream. It's been a decent day. This is the primary move because I had things to go do, which was the fall from this overhead resistance out here that continued lower. Um, then once it got down into kind of these areas down here, I took little buys, and it was fine. It was fine. Again, the ideal move would have been, and for me, would have been to be at my desk when this started to break here and kind of follow it down. Um, Down here, that would have been the ideal trade that I wanted on the day. This extension move down here, not so much because I didn't know what to expect. So, excuse me. This is not so bad. You could have got short on this. I wasn't doing it, but you could have got short on this easy enough. But I started to get hesitant to follow it down once we got close to these lows down here, and instead started to very, very carefully buy new lows, sell up at the resistance, buy, sell up at the resistance, because NQ still has a higher low, and this could, rip pretty high, pretty fast. But you could say that, well, we have this big target down here around 19. We're going to get there at the end of the day. My idea was that this might be an overnight target. It wouldn't necessarily be a day session target. We have news coming out. We have earnings coming out right at the end, right on the close. So in any case, we'll be watching this for support overnight. Kind of bounce up to test, quote, the break of this line is probably reasonable. Yeah, it's about right. Call it about 57 to 60, somewhere up around here. So kind of push up, and then we'll see what they do tomorrow. If it's going to be reverse up, that could happen off of some kind of news tomorrow. There's Davis meetings. Who knows? There could be some kind of geopolitical news that would drive it up, would be seen as bullish. Theoretically, I could see that. Again, we might see something from the Supreme Court again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Who knows? Again, that could be a big market mover, either up or down. So, in any case, even if we are breaking down and that we are finally reversing this thing, which, I don't know if that's true. I'd like to, I wouldn't mind it to be true. You certainly know that I've been looking for the market to top for a while here, and it's been stubborn. But, if it does, if resistance, if any kind of pops become resistance and we start to sell down, we get some kind of lower high, I could live with that. It's just that right now the pattern isn't real clear. You have to squint a little bit to call this a high, but maybe it is. NQ has not made a high. Most ES and YM and the other markets have, but NQ has not. That is, potentially that could work both ways. That could be divergence to show us that the market is trying to turn over, roll down, or it could be that we still have one kind of shot higher in this thing. But I'm going to give the bears the benefit of the doubt right now and say that, we're probably moving down into at least this target. We get some kind of a bounce. Then we see what happens. If they try to fill this gap, in the rest of the week, or do they kind of pop up and start rolling down and start pushing for, start breaking down and making, extending lower, moving towards, under 6,700, call it 85 or something like that down here. Then, then it starts to become much more apparent that we're probably rolling down. Could this all be some kind of complicated fourth thing and that there still be a new high out in February or March? I guess it's possible, but you know, I don't I don't want to plan on that. I think I would rather plan on that we have a high and are rolling down, provided we start spending time under 19. I think that's where start being more serious about giving the Bears a chance is under 19. If we stay above 19, touch it, bounce up or something, I'm still going to be careful about shorting, picking my locations well. But once we start to get under there, it's kind of like, yeah, our job is to help it down at that point. Yeah, there'll be bounces along the way, some very sharp ones, but the rule will become essentially sell any retrace of consequence. So anyway, see you tomorrow morning.